Coding your mom. That's what I'm doing. How you doing? So you're playing D&D again? How's that going? Okay. I'm on the wrong screen. Hang on. Monday's at 6. Oh, I see. Cool. Monday's at 6. Monday's 6 o'clock. What happened to the... What did I do? What did I do to my friend here? TBS Mondays at 6. It's D&D. Featuring Lunesta. Ask your doctor if Lunesta is right for... All right. Here we go. You know what? I'm going to try starting it first and then opening Gadoot. Maybe that's our problem. Output. We did connect. All right. Have you seen the tree editor thing so far? Let me show you. So we got a tree here. And then when we run the game, boing, yoing, 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 yoing. So we got a lot of work to do on the tree editor today, but it's actually starting to come together. The vision in the head can be on the screen. You can do it if you try. So that's what we're doing. Coffee. Small town coffee and farms. It was an accident. We promise. Dude, Reddit is the most trash website. I'm constantly having to mute subreddits that I have no desire to ever see, ever. Mud, what's up? Greg sold me on Claude Mud. I just can't do the subscription. I don't got the money. But we'll see. I'll spend some time on it at some point. Ah. But it would be for teaching. Hopefully I could use it as a tool for teaching my kids. More as like a teacher's aid thing. I don't know if it can do that stuff or if it's more around coding. All right. Got to get off Reddit, getting distracted. So we need to fix some things here. What we're going to work on is rotating the branch around so we have angle and rotation. We need height as well. So let's get that going. Branch angle, branch rotation. Branch height. And then when we move the branch, we're going to need to move all of the siblings of it. We have sort of a virtual reference to parent-child. We're not using the scene tree for that. Jean-Claude. So is it doesn't use trained data. It taps into other systems for that. You tell it what system to use. So is that money on top of that I'm going to have to pay as well? Or am I wrong about that? Out of the box. Okay. So now we have height and rotation. And so now when we do branch rotation, if we do branch rotation, we should see a bunch of printouts here. We do. And rotation really means the rotated forward pi.5. So this is what we want to change. Rotated local, rotate forward pi.5. So that does this. So then we need to rotate the X around. So we do the same thing here that we did before. So we're going to probably need a base function for this. We'll try and get the rotation going first, though. Rotation float, and then we have the lumber that we're doing this to. Resource lumber. So we have to get the lumber that we need. So lumber transform from lumber. So lumber, tree lumber, resource lumber. Lumber transform. Equals resource lumber transform. Or just lumber transform. How are you doing, Mud? I haven't seen you stream lately. Are you just kind of doing everything offline right now? Do you feel burnt out, or am I just ignorant and missing your streams? Dude, that's like my roof. That's the shit I have to remember when I'm like, why haven't I produced anything and stuff, dude? We had a wild ride when it came to our house for a long time. Our roof, I think it was 50K, dude, down the drain for our roof. Mental shift to other work, yeah. Dude, I think getting into people's hands and playtesting it might light a fire again if you're so in desire. The house was built in the 1940s, and the weird weather recently caused some pipes to collapse. Okay. They've got some cool modern tech to Yeah, dude, it was a huge oof. They thought they were just resheeting it and doing a new layer of what's it, MVC, or what is it called? The milled wood, and they glue it together. The sheets that they put on top. So they thought they were just doing that, and it turned out our entire roof needed to be reframed. Might as well get a new house. Not with what we paid for this thing. And that was it. I mean, that was the only major thing we've ever had to do to the house, and besides that, it's all paid off. So I think it was that. I can text the wife and find out. The trusses and all that were 1x2s, and not even wood 1x2s. They were the glued wood stuff. So imagine, fuck, I can't think of the name of that kind of wood, but imagine that cut into 1x2 strips, and that's what's framing the roof. That was what was going on. The pitch of our roof was wrong and everything too. So when they redid it all, we have the correct pitch now and everything like that. So, and now we've got a 50-year roof, so that's nice too. MDF, yeah, MDF with reinforced like little metal things that were pushing that, like these little metal V shapes to reinforce it. Dude, yeah, it was wild. The company the company lost money and we lost money. I'm double checking with the wife. I don't remember how much it was. I might be way off. Nymphis, I bet it was Morningwood. How's it going? So Ford, so we want X. But I did the math because we had to do it about year 3 when we moved here, and I did the math of what we were paying. However it worked out, I did the math of what we were paying in mortgage when we were in California, and it zeroed out. So it was basically like we still lived in California in terms of costs to replace the roof. So it wasn't too bad. Let me see if I can do the math because I know how much we paid in our rent and our HOA. It's close to 1,000 times 12 times. Yeah, about 330,000. So it was less than that. It was less than 32,000, but I can't remember exactly what it was. $38. She just said 38. So it came out to how much it cost us to live in California with a mortgage for that period of time that we had moved. So we zeroed out. The way I looked at it is we zeroed out, and going forward, now we were back to saving money again. Yeah, it melts. First, it expands like a sponge, and then it crumbles. It just turns into crumble. But the guys that inspected it, we had the best roofing company we could have possibly chosen for everything to go wrong. So let's make a game that makes me $32,000, guys. What was it? $38,000. Let's make $38,000 and pay my roof back. Can we do it? For the roof. Tom Millman. One brick at a time. One brick at a time. Tom Millman, thank you so much. Tom Millman. For the roof. Is that like $10,000 and I don't even know it? I don't know what that means value-wise, but I really appreciate it. It's one of those typical movies where they need a large amount of money and a few cents, and then they find a competition. Dude, it's just Breakin'. It's the plot of Breakin'. We just need to dance hard enough, and we'll save this. We'll save the music hall. Medusa, how's it going? Hey, Mr. Medusa, put a record on. Doot, doot. Medusa makes the people come together. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, shit. Okay, so we can't change it. Whee! Not quite what we want, but we're getting there. Boop, 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 boop. Why is that doing anything, though? Why is this doing anything? No worse feeling than writing code and not even being like, what? Why is this doing something? Why is this happening? Rotation, rotate branch. Everything we're trying to rotate is the same, right? Oh, it keeps moving it. It keeps moving it. Okay. So we need the neighbor resource lumber. Bump, bump, bump. I saw a clip from Red Dawn and never realized how steeped it was in insecurity about the border. And it was interesting. Definitely Reagan era kind of thing. How's your Treader going? It's going all right. The southern border. Which border? Because in the plot of the movie, it was Cubans going through the Mexico border that sabotaged like a lot of the military defenses in the States. And so it was those pesky Cubans. It's just it's a funny movie to think about now, the way that it's, well, it's just us in the USA. We gotta defend ourselves, and goddamn, the rest of the world ain't gonna do it. And it's interesting now. The older I get, when I watch it, it's like a comedy. I think it's an invasion from, is it North Korea? And China is what comes to save us or help us? Or no, it was Russia. Was it Russia? Or was it China that's attacking? I can't remember. Yeah, I think it's Russia. And China's coming to like save us or something. They like are helping us. That's a funny line though. The older I get, the more it becomes a comedy. Yeah. It's silly. It's a silly film. It's cool. I love the alt history stuff. I love the like, what if the US never had a revolution? History, like, what if this never happened, or what if JFK never was assassinated, or that kind of stuff. There's a cool show on Apple TV right now about an alt history where we never stopped the space race, and like how far could we have gone if we had just kept pushing the line. And that's like a cool premise for a show, and it's show ran and written by the same guy who did Battlestar Galactica, the remake. the what ifs, the Resco. Good day if we're in the what ifs. Hey, I'm German. Oh man. Oh geez. Yeah, there's a lot of a lot of like what ifs. US has got a lot of those too. A lot of them. A lot of them. A lot of them. Full Metal Alchemist is like that, just a shifted timeline twice. Is Full Metal Alchemist the one that's referencing John Tudor? Or is that a video game? There's a video game anime thing that references John Tudor, if you know what I'm talking about. What if Chernobyl? Dude, what if we stopped withdrawing from nuclear energy? Fuck. It's so weird to think that the hippies in the 60s and the 70s fucked up so badly and called the wrong shot on that. Is it Teeter? John Teeter? Yeah, a guy who claimed he time traveled in the early aughts to get a really old IBM computer because it had some sort of chip that he needed to save the future. John Teeter video game. Steins Gate. Steins Gate is all about that, I think. I've never played it, but that's what I hear. Characters portrayed as a time traveler with a mission to retrieve an IBM 5100. Just wanted a good old ThinkPad. The one with the red nipple. I need the one with the red nipple. The laptop with the red nipple. You know, guys, know what it's called? Anything with time travel loops get me. I'm assuming you've seen Primer. If you haven't seen Primer, Medusa, don't look anything up. It's an indie film. Just watch it. It's one of the best, most realistic. Like, what if this actually did happen? Like, what would be the ramifications of it? Primer's fucking dope. Stays in my mind rent free. Yeah, I think it was written by an engineer or something, so that's why it has such a vibe to it. I'm reading the Hail Mary Project right now with my daughter, and it's good. It's written by the same guy who did the Martian, but it kind of almost has the same opening premise, which is weird. I'm like, oh, he kind of borrowed from himself here, but it's really good so far. My coworkers all raved about that book. Yeah, so far it's great. It's great stuff. All right, let's load up a tree again. See if we can get the rotation going. Got a branch here. Going to rotate. Okay, so now nothing's happening, but we're getting somewhere. Lumber resource tree lumber length. Lumber neighbor resource lumber length. Lumber transform. So we're getting the transform, neighbor lumber transform for lumber transform. Okay, so now what we need to do is apply our rotation value along the x-axis. So now that we're doing this and nothing's happening, that's actually a good sign. So what we're going to do is not only do we rotate this way, we rotate around the X, the X would now be facing up because of how we've done it. So what is the... No, we want vector 3 here. So left or right? Okay, so vector 3 right, and then we're just going to take rotation value. Cross your fingers, hold on to your butts. We might have to close and reopen. Hey, we got it! Look at that! All right, so this is what we want. We want to be able to move this branch anywhere around the tree. The next thing we need to do is have all the children move as well. So the next thing is, the way we want to be able to do this is pop a branch out, change the sizing, have everything correspondingly change as well. Be able to move the branch around, be able to add little children off of the branch, maybe even be able to duplicate branches, change the angle of the branch, and so on and so forth. And all of that stuff. And the cool thing about it is once we get it working on one thing, it works on all of them. And then we have all the joints the way we need it to be on the tree. And we're getting close to being able to build our little tree friend here. So now, every time we do this rotation, we're going to do this the most expensive way possible because the data structure I have is not set up in an intelligent way. So I don't really, and I don't care yet until I need to care for performance. The data structure, the bad, shitty data structure doesn't matter anyways because we're not going to be adjusting the branches and all this stuff in real time. This is an editor just to make a tree that we then load into the game. That's it. So that the editor's not using good old, like, super cool data structures and is super optimized isn't really a big deal. So anyways, so we don't care about that shit. So now whenever we do any change to angle, rotation, and the meshes, what we have to do is go through the entire tree structure and say, hey, where are you supposed to be now? And do it and update it. And the easy way to do this is to just trigger the load again. So we have this load step here where we just go through the resource and for each piece, and we just run the add lumber step. And so long as the add lumber step takes into account the rotation of the branch, everything should just propagate out proper, which means that we actually don't even need to do this here because so long as we're doing this in the right spot here, it'll just work. And so basically if rotation, angle, or any of those are called, we essentially just need to retrigger a load, like we need clear and load. So I think what we'll do is we have load here, but this is for loading file. So let's change. So load button is going to go load file. And so we'll change the name here just to be samesies. I don't know. I think I really want to try and use the AI to assist me in teaching my kids. I really want to teach them a certain method of learning that's not, it's just a certain way that is a more science-proven way of learning. And so I want to use the AI as an assistant to me to assist me in their education, not to assist them in their education. I'm deep into Claude Code now. Sure, yeah. I will if I ever get into it. But we'll try the free version and then kind of go from there. I mean, the first thing I'll do is sort of, is it something that like GTP where you can talk to it? I even got Claude. And the state might be able to pay for it. And if I do use the state money to pay for it, then I'll definitely only use it for education, for my daughter's education. Because that would be the Have you seen the guy trying to make ChatGPT count from 1 to 200? It's like impossible. Yeah. I've seen the guy asking, I need to get my car washed. The car wash is 100 meters away. Should I walk or should I drive? And every single one has failed in the reasoning department of, well, you kind of have to drive because you need to wash your car. Same guy. Those are interesting kind of problems. The question is, can we get AI to train itself again when it figures out that it's wrong about that? Right? And that gets you closer to the whole AGI thing. But I don't know. I'm going to call the shot on AI. Regardless of whatever the technology does, here's the path forward. This is what's going to happen. It's going to get really big, blah, blah, blah. It gets really big. It's going to infiltrate every aspect of our lives. And then, let's say 5-10 years, Congress is going to start saying, oh, the children, blah, and then they're going to want to regulate. And then they're going to bring up Altman and all these people, and they're going to have these hearings, and it's all going to be really public. Everyone on Reddit's going to pick the side and be like, these fucking assholes and blah, 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 blah. And they're going to be like, we need to regulate. And then somebody will get into office to regulate it, probably on the left. And then the regulations will be, all right, we're regulating it. And then when they go to regulate it, they'll go, oh, we don't know how to regulate it. Let's ask the AI guys how we should regulate them. And they'll make the new regulations, and then they'll regulate it to close out competition. This is all familiar. I've seen this dance a million times. And so then they'll come up with regs that favor them and capture market. I mean, this is the play. It's always the play. Most of it's already happened. But Trump's really anti-AI regulation right now, right? I don't know of any regulatory elements that have occurred for it. Cricket for Prez. Oh, I'm not saying I can fix anything. If I was president, I would be a veto president. I would come in and I would veto every bill and every law that reaches my desk. And I would say 2/3 majority of this shit. Get your act together. Fix your fucking problems. Clean your house up. And that's the only way you're going to pass anything. And try and get Congress and the House, a mixed party, fucking figure it out and agree on something finally. And then the executive, I would only have one executive order, and that's to get rid of the payroll tax so that everyone has to write that check at the end of the year themselves instead of them having it come out of their paycheck. So that every year people write that check for their tax money that goes to the federal government and they go, oh my fucking God, and they activate as voters and start giving a damn again about where their money's going. That'd be the two things I'd do, and then I'd get a bullet in the head in my second year. I would be dead. Assassinated. But I would just try and expose, and say, look, I'm just the executive branch. I could make all of this happen. That's part of the fucking problem. And just kind of, and I would bring back fireside chats like FDR did. And every day I would just basically lecture the American people and be like, get out there and vote. If you want to see change, go into your community and fucking change it. Let's fix things, guys. Come on, we can do this. Stop sitting on your fucking hands on your web forums and shit. Get out there and do something. I don't know. Anyways. All right, back to work. It's fun to pretend. It's fun to pretend. Isn't it fun to pretend? Something's broken here. An InfoWars podcast. It's the goddamn. They're making the frogs cry. The thing about Alex Jones that really sucks too is that it was like sometimes he was right. Like some of those conspiracy, I remember the Snowden thing. He was like 2 years in front of Snowden's leak talking about it, and he had like, I saw a clip of it. It's all gone now because everything Alex Jones has been scrubbed off YouTube. But it was like somebody talking about it and it, by name, what it did, and it sounded insane. But if you have a call-in show like that, you're gonna get. It's like that movie Conspiracy Theory. One of them's gonna be right. You know, like what was that nightly call-in show that used to exist? And there's a bunch of recordings of it, and now some of them turned out to be true. I forget what it was. It was called, but it was like an AM radio thing that people would call in on, coast to coast, something coast to coast, not Space Ghost. But yeah, it's wild to hear some of those recordings from way back when, and some of them are exactly like, no, that was somebody knew something and they were saying it. The fluoride thing is now mainstream science study coming out of UF about how it harms IQ on young children. Interesting. It's so funny because I'm like, I mean, we filter our water and everything. I don't know if it gets rid of the fluoride. But I do say with my kids and myself, when I brush my teeth, I don't rinse. I just spit, because that, like, I leave the floor. I want to leave as much fluoride on my teeth as possible, because as a tool for protecting your teeth, it's actually really useful. But I'm not telling them to eat toothpaste or anything. But I don't rinse. I spit out my toothpaste, let you know, kind of let the fluoride do its thing, and then I'll mouthwash like 30 minutes later. It doesn't take the fluoride out now. And a whole house filter system. Yeah. I boil all my water. I don't trust any of it. And you shouldn't either. That's why you need to listen to today's sponsor. I don't know why I'm going into Richard Nixon. I distill all my drinking water now. Wild. Doesn't that make it taste really flat? Brita filters and stuff don't. A conspiracy is a plot amongst 5 or more individuals. I think that's the actual definition of a conspiracy, Medusa. It's like really specific. Yeah, but you can remineralize it. If you don't, you'll get cramps. I could see that, yeah. I guess if you get stones all the time, drinking distilled water is probably the way to go. Too much work. I'll just be neurodivergent. But isn't it true that cavities cause a huge increase in the chance of heart attack or strokes? Aren't they finding that out as well? So you got to take and balance the fluoride versus the cavity potential of early heart attacks and stuff. It's too late. Yeah, I mean that brain development happens when you're 5. It might be too late.
That's cool. Cool?
Is it Sabin?
Cool.
Thank you so much for the raid.
It's cool.
Tree Hype!
Cool.
Hell yeah!
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
You do a shout out. Gonna check out your stream here too. Give you a follow. What were you working on? Looks like you do game mods. Zombie tower defense game in Godot. Nice. Well, welcome in, everybody. I appreciate y'all hanging out here. We're working on a tree editor right now. I can kind of show you what it's looking like. Maybe. Can we run the scene? Okay, give me just a moment. 179. We're fixing some things right now. Rotation. Mode save file. We don't need that. So we're building a system of making trees. We're trying to build basically a pretty realistic, I know it doesn't look like a real tree right now, but we're trying to build a realistic set of rigid body and joints to create tree movement to be accurate and real, so that when you cut a tree down in this game, it starts to bend and sway accurately. And the game is all about, primarily, it's 100% about cutting down trees. It is going to be the Power Wash Simulator game of cutting trees. That's the plan here. So that's what we're shooting for. And we're just building the tools that we need to make that happen. We already have mesh cutting. We have a chainsaw. We have all that stuff. So now we're just building a system for making the tree connect together in a rational way. And then we'll be moving on from there into ProcGen after prototype if we like the prototype. Not so much Lumberjack. Is that a Stargate I see? It is a Stargate. I'm doing a Stargate RPG with some friends. and so I theme the background accordingly when I'm doing that. So that is what you see there, 100%. Are you excited about the new show? It's coming on Amazon. I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to see late game nightmare scenarios. Yes. I think challenge modes, mud. I think speed running. I think those things would be dope in a game like this. Like, here's this crazy hard situation, and here's the tools for the speed run of it. Go. Like, how fast can you do it? Excited but worried it might go wrong. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to be honest, because they've always integrated American politics into it. And right now, I don't know. Because they always mention the presidents, but they fictionalized the president eventually. The implication in the early seasons was that it was Clinton, but then after that, it was like, you know, they kind of changed it. So I think they might just sort of pretend like some of the stuff going on right now is not. And then, of course, with like Space Force and all that, I don't know how they're going to, if they're even going to bother with that. I don't know how much they'll have the Air Force tie-in like they did in the original show. I don't know. Yeah, I'm fingers crossed. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like we could use a show like that right now, though. I miss a camp show. So we'll see if we can get it. Yeah, so right now we're working on the loading and the saving of the lumber. So we're determining that all we have to do here is save the lumber here, and then we just need a load function. A load function, all it's going to do is basically run clear here and then do this. So what we can do is go like that, and then we'll just say we're going to load. And then if we already know what our resource is, we'll take these three here, and then we're going to have the load function I'm going to put up here. Void. And it's going to look like that. How long have you been working on Godot? I've been doing Godot and streaming Godot for almost 6 years now. I'm an OG. I've been since 3. I've got somewhat of a community. I'm not as big as other successful Godot streamers because I just am not as cool as them. He's been doing Godot for a while now. Sorrow, thank you for the 50 consecutive streams. Is that Vim? It's outside of it, so it's lazy Vim, but it's outside of Godot. The LSP connection, that I'm constantly losing LSP connection when I'm in Vim. So you're gonna see like red lines and stuff everywhere, and it doesn't mean anything. I don't know why it keeps happening, but it does. Okay, so now we have load here. So what we want to do is we want to apply this rotation if it's a branch. It should be that simple, but it needs to be the lumber, the resource lumber. So resource lumber rotation. And then I believe all we have to do now is just fire off load here. And then we'll comment out the rest of this. And so what is it? 8 GCC. Oops. LSPs are terrible. 100% agree. I really only thought Godot was 2D for 2 years. Yeah. Or 2D for years. Wasn't until I started hanging out in this category I realized how much Unity with how much it was close to Unity with quality of life. And the documentation is baller. The Godot documentation is just choice. It's pretty good. Yeah. I get a little frustrated on the Godot Reddit. Everyone's like, how do I get started and learn? And it's like, well, you just go here. And then you read all this. And then you're pretty much ready to go. I mean, this has everything that you need to really get it going on it. But really, if you already know how to program, then you just kind of need this. The GDScript reference is like all you really need to get going in the programming side of things. And then you just start exploring the API in here in the class reference. Just go through this, kind of look around. You're good to go. It's not very hard to get going on it. How do you get learning Godot? You have a tapper. M was going on a rant with me about how people don't know what geese are. And I found that pretty funny. I was telling her someone else is making a geese game and we should put a hit out on them. And she's like, no, the more the merrier. It was a pigeon, show it. Okay. Well, I don't want to call anyone out. I feel bad doing that, so I'm not going to. I struggled using the docs for Godot. I wanted to know what the type for rotation or transform. Well, transform is a variant type, Sapper. So transform is a type in itself. So if you look up transform 3D, here it is. It's a variant built-in type. So you can actually do operations on it just with multiplication, division, so on, like this. If there's operators you can perform against it. And but no, generally I'm trying not to be mad about similar games there. It just means there's an interest. 100% agree. Yeah. It's a good thing. Yeah, dude, you want to increase the market. That somebody grows the market is not a bad thing. It just means there's more to sell to at that point. And they've proven that it exists. Right? So this is the whole, I'm not going to get into the trade shit, but this is the whole they're stealing from us bullshit thinking that actually harms you. The one thing I've thought about is Dark Souls clones. Like, I am mad more good games. Like, am I mad more good games are being made? No, but then you have to play them. Then you have to play them. That's sort of the problem. Okay, so Godot crashed on me. Speaking of Godot. I haven't gotten 461 yet. It supposedly has improvements to LSP, so maybe I should download it. See if we can load again. Okay, so loading is working. Let's see what happens when we rotate the branch. Look at that. Oh, it instantly took us away. It did work for a brief moment there. Let me type in a number. We'll do 4. Okay, so it is working, but for some reason when we start dragging it. Okay. So what I think we might need to do is know when we're maybe delay the load. What do you guys think? Because it's rebuilding everything. It's clearing it. So what we need is a refresh, not a load. Because the load is clearing. So let's do refresh instead of load. We'll keep the clear here for this. And then we'll call refresh. And then we'll do refresh there. So we won't clear the nodes on the tree. And then hopefully we can keep scrolling. Oh, no, it's making clones of them? Oh, crap. Okay, so it's a little bit more than that. But it works, so we're in the right path. So now what we need to do is just update without new. So let's look at our code where we're adding lumber. So refresh versus load. So we need a function that's using some of the same stuff here, but none of the new statements here. And so we're just going to get existing stuff and update it. But we're right there, boys. That means that these other functions here, angle, rotation, and height, those we'll be able to get those to update immediately. So it's looking good. Your code is a wall of text. I try not to break things out too much. Resource lumber. So collision shape, cylinder shape. Really, we just need a bunch of references. It depends on what you're doing, Nymphis, because we're dynamically creating new things. Like I'm creating and I've got, we can show and hide the meshes here. So this is going to look wild, but I'll show it. So we can do this. And so there's a lot that I'm doing that you wouldn't normally do when you're working in 3D because we're kind of building a tool for editing trees. And so it's just a little bit more involved. So if we kind of group all of this stuff together, these are our buddies. Kid Sister and me, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me. Right, guys? So these create all the new ones. But if we just need a reference, we need to hold it somewhere. And all we really need references of are the things that we change. So for instance, we grab mesh instance here only to... Okay, so we do need a reference for that. Okay, so we kind of need a structure here. Let's create something that is... So we have a resource lookup, and right now we're saying lumber. But let's make a special super secret editor class called tree editor lumber. And that'll have the lumber, and then it'll have references to the mesh, the cylinder, and all those things. Huh? Huh? We'll do that. So it won't be a resource. It's just going to be an object. And we'll call it tree editor lumber. Treaditor. I like the name Treaditor. Dun 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 dun. Var lumber. And let's just copy these guys because we kind of need to know what we need to do here. So go like that. Treaditor. Bum, 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 bum. I know it's not the Predator music, but Schwarzenegger. I guess that's what I'm thinking of. Hold on, honey. I'm getting a fax. Dude, the fax machine. What components of AI are going to be the fax machine of AI? That is, the fax machine was a technology that was created in like the fucking, it was actually, fax machine's like really old, right? Fax machine wiki. Let's see here. Are you making a struct? Yeah, I use objects like structs. Godot doesn't have structs, Sapper. And so I just use object like a struct because it's like the lightest thing you can make in Godot and not have it be super heavy with a bunch of additional stuff you're never going to use. So whenever I need something like a struct, I'll just pop a object out. And so now I have this class name. You give it a class name and then you can instantiate this thing whenever too. And you don't have to add it to the scene. So you can start to use it a lot like a struct. What is the history of the fax machine, bros? (1929) German inventor Rudolf Heil pioneered the image scanning. Wow. The telegraph had to happen. Desk fax machine, 1948 was the first one. Sometimes I write extra classes, like the subclass thing. Yeah. I don't do that. Because I generally find that I'm going to reference the thing outside of the class that I might initially use it in. And so that's why I kind of define it as an object somewhere so that I can, when I know I need that structure elsewhere, I have it, if that makes sense. So I'm usually not that good about everything is inside this class alone kind of thing. So that's why I'm not doing that. Yeah, just like Nympha said. If you only need to use it there, it's a good approach. And it's probably, I think it is actually even cheaper than an object at that point as well. So what I'm saying about the fax machine, I'm wondering about AI. What's the fax machine of the AI? That is, what is this thing that served a useful purpose in the inception of certain technology, but then just refuses to fucking die? If you've ever bought a home or anything, you have to use a goddamn fax machine. It's the stupidest thing. And it's like, it's this technology that has been replaced by better things already. Email, like a bazillion other ways of sending data across to somebody. And somehow the goddamn fax machine refuses to go away. So I'm wondering, like, what is the AI version of that right now? Like, can you predict that? What's the thing that is early AI that really shouldn't be a thing in the future, but is probably going to stick around like the fax machine? Anywho. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go up here, and instead of using lumber, we're going to use this tree editor lumber. So tree lumber, we're going to use a resource lumber as our lookup, and then we're going to have tree editor lumber, and this is going to have all of the data of that lumber. And we'll use the resource as our lookup. Okay. So the save file has that resource structure in it. We load the resource, we load the data, and now we have a lookup for all the other things. But in the case of this is only after we've added it. So only after add has happened. So in the case here where we're doing these vars, we now replace it with this structure here. So we have to set that up. And then when we have like a refresh function, which we can call basically once we get to this point, let's make sure everything's still working before we get too far into this, because I kind of moved some things around. And something's wrong with our script already, I can tell, because we did not 128, 120, 120. Oh, I've changed the structure already. Let's go back. We're going to put this back to lumber. Because we should be clear when we open up the editor, and we're not. There we go. All right, let's load. Okay, looking good. Before we do this, I think we should commit what we've done. If you deserialize some data, then you could make a class for that data. So it's easier to use within the scope you're in. I'll be fine, Nymphis. Because I'm not, I'll set it all up when we do the add branch thing, and then we'll have the reference, and then we can just call it on the refresh. I think we'll be okay. As a matter of fact, what we'll do is when we get this all going, the remaining amount of this code here should be able to be the refresh function. And then the refresh function will look up these things here accordingly, and then we can call it in this add lumber, and then also when we just need to update the data. And as a matter of fact, I do not believe Fiera, what's up? So I think this remaining stuff we can put below, and everything will still be kosher. Let's see. Looks good. Destroyed after training. I was going to stream, but now I'm just half napping. Awesome.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for the gifted stream, Medusa T. Dustin to Sapper. Medusa is now rank of patron saint of this stream. So Medusa has been granted sainthood. I need some sort of... Do you, as a streamer, do I get to make custom little images to put next to people besides the ones that they give you? Angel rank. Oh man, guys, I am getting the beard. The beard hairs are turning gray. My wife calls me her silver fox, so that makes me feel a little bit better about things. But I don't know. I think she's just placating me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab freshen up a drink. Man, I learned last night to set up my 144 hertz monitor, I need different cables from HDMI. Oh, different cables from HDMI. What the fuck? Oh, is it a display port? The HDMI spec is kind of stupid. Again, it's that capture of the standards bodies getting captured is also real shitty. There's a real interest from Apple and others like Google to keep the browsing experience shitty. Google's interest in making that shitty is that they already have the market. Apple's interest is to continue to appify everything. So it's a real crappy situation. Okay, so when we do this connection, it happens way down here after we've created lumber. Lumber is the one of the first things we create. So we would do it right here. And so I suppose we could put this on the resource. And it would be like, we could just put it on the resource and it wouldn't be an exported value. Why don't we just do that? So we just don't have it be an exported value, but we have something we can reference. That's fine. That would eliminate our need of even having this tree lumber lookup thing. Okay, so if we do that, we're about to break a bunch of stuff. Let's go for it. So this tree editor lumber thing, we're just going to get rid of. YouTube, Linus Tech Tips, HDMI, USB cables, power cables. There's a lot of misleading information out there. It's about as needlessly confusing as USB. 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 Ah, USB, come, USB. What language is that? I don't know. Who knows? I don't think we have to do any of this. Resource lumber dot lumber equals lumber. And really, this then starts to look like this. And then all these connections, adding the children, adjusting the scene tree stuff. This is going to all happen before. So what we're doing is we're kind of restructuring all this stuff so that the things that we're changing, this is the creation of the scene elements in the editor. And then these, we're starting to scoot things around so that the things that are values that are being changed based on the data, those are now in their own spots. And then what we'll be able to do is rip that out, put it into a refresh function, and then, or something along those lines. So I see the problem is that there are various subspecs of HDMI. Not all cables support the specs. For a long time, I thought HDMI cables are just dumb cables, but they aren't. Yeah. It's that way with USB too. Same thing. You can have a USB cable and you can't charge one of your devices with it because they didn't pin out something because that cable was made for the thing that it was packed in with. And they're just trying to save copper. Okay, in theory, saving and loading will still work. And everything will just be fine. And we're getting that much closer to what we're trying to do. Nope. All right, let's see what went wrong. Line 75. We can't have we can't do this in resource because we can't have, can we? No, because they're not resources. These are all custom. It's lumber that's the problem. No, even the rest of them we wouldn't be able to do because we're in a resource. Resource doesn't know about mesh instance, cylinder mesh, or any of this. So I was on the right track. Damn it. All right. Let's get rid of this. My instincts were correct originally. And then this is all going to be busted. Come on, Godot. Come on. I need the LSP, baby. Give it to me. Come on. Ah! It won't update. Lame. Maybe I would just change something. Lame. We'll just call it lookup. We're only going to have one. We don't have to be fancy with our naming. I mean, we could just name them structs. Okay. So we make it exist. And then we're going to replace strategically like this here. Why is it only doing it? I got to get better at finding and replacing, guys. All right, what else is broken? Still busted. Down here. Oh, shit. So this name sucks balls too. I'm getting tired of seeing it. So the variable name we're going to want to change too. You ever get tired of a variable? You're like, I don't like you anymore. I don't like your name. What did I do? You exist. There we go. Okay, so now we're on our path. We're on the way. We have the road forward here. So next we need to do the same thing that we did here with this lookup resource lumber and then do the rest for the mesh instance and so on. So it's as simple as sort of replacing these vars here like so. So we go, whoops, like this, s var space equals, how do I paste in? I can't? Well, fine. We have to do that. Resource lumber. And then we go like, do we have to do another escape for the close? Dot. Okay, and then just had a Mad TV flashback. And then okay. Looking pretty clean, Cricket. Let's see if it works. It does not. Something broken. Oh, way down here. Oh my. Is next fest that close? I don't know. Should I just play people's games and do that? Just give up my dreams of game development? No. You gotta do? Sure. Oh, I mean, no. Greg. How's it going, Greg? Gotta get my little fix. Okay, so these two are setters. So we're going to move this up here. So once we have the cylinder mesh, we do that. And the cylinder shape. It's good. I just woke up from my favorite Sunday activity, a nap while 48 hours plays in the background because I'm 60 years old. Dude, for me it's the train videos with my son falling asleep on the couch with train videos going on so that he'll just close his damn eyes and sleep. Oh man, there's nothing better than having a nap with your kid on you. So good. All right, let me give a shout out to Mud. We gotta keep up our shout out games here, guys. We're not doing a good job. Shout out to Mudbound Dragon. Mudflap Dragon. Oh my god. We haven't had a Tetris break in a long time. Let me go grab a controller and we'll do a round or two. I'm cooking. This is we're going good here. I'm feeling good about this kind of restructure. Now that we kind of know what we're doing, this is what you do, right? You execute on something, you get something going, and then you go, oh my God, what have I done? What is this code? And then you look at it again and you're like, okay, this should be here. This should be here. Yeah, it's looking better. Yeah, this is just what you do. It's just how it works. Let me go get a controller. Be right back. All right, so we're going to set up a round of Tetrio. Anybody can join. You can you don't have to make an account. You can join anonymously. Let me get I should have gotten the Firefox going and getting the round up so you guys could have connected this whole time. Here's the link to the room. I'm back for 10 minutes. What's up? Sorrow, play some Tetris with us. Pin message. We're going to say 12 minutes for Tetrio. And here we go. Medusa, Sorrow, second favorite, all here. These are the pros, ladies and gentlemen. You have a little ad in the corner. Oh, you guys don't see the ad in the corner. You do see the one on the bottom. My God, there's a battle going on that I'm not even a part of right now. Shit. Oh God, Matthew, no! God, Matthew, no! No, Matthew. Ah! Sorrow owned me. Sorrow is better than all of us. And sometimes we get lucky. It's not here. Oh God, Matthew. Matthew, no. Jesus Christ. Oh, Matthew, no. I just spilt water on my chest like a handicap. No offense. Oh God, I'm really just Cricket just canceled himself. That's my last stream, boys. He makes one off-color joke and he's just nuked from orbit. Oh, oh God. No, I can't focus. Okay, here we go. Get back in the game, Cricket. Cricket tries to be edgy once and he's just gone. Oh! Get over there! Get over there! No, get over there! No! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Christ. No! It's now second favorite versus Sorrow. Like handicapped Lunesta. Don't quote me, Lunesta. It's funny to imagine my kids they're going to be most upset that I wasn't always positive about AI. They're going to be like, Father, you said wrong think about AI. All right. Sorrow wins the round. Tetris professionals. Dude, we're the pros. This is big leagues. Is it 4 for everyone? I can't even see the thing at the bottom. I don't know how to target. I got to get a win in. Woo! Stop! Stop it! Stop! What the fuck? I just got nuked. It's Sorrow versus second favorite and Medusa T. Medusa, type. Why are you typing? You're still playing. Dang, Sorrow with the efficiency of a killer robot. Damn. Sorrow, we have to, everyone target Sorrow. Choose the target Sorrow button, okay, guys? Come on, we can do this. So if you come out too strong too early, the targeting system will just punish you. See, I want to be ready for that onslaught that's going to happen. Because here it comes. Christ almighty, no! Damn it! Hell no, I'm not getting into this lobby. Sorrow versus second favorite. Second, the underdog. Everyone cheering for second. Boo, Sorrow, everyone. This is about the underdog. Second appears to be having networking issues. That may be it. Boo Sorrow. Sorrow took the time to boo himself. I was wondering why it wasn't. Okay. Damn, Sorrow holding the line. Come on, second. Keep it together, man. You can do it, Greg. You can do it, Greg. Volley after volley to Sorrow doing nothing. Sorrow fending off every bobbing and weaving, keeping his head tucked. The footwork of Sorrow unmatched. This might be it. Ooh, this could be the chance Greg's looking for. Keep the line open. Push it. Sorrow is struggling. This could be it. Greg can move forward. He's clearing line after line. It's gonna happen. Sorrow is going to go down. That's the greatest failure. Oh, because Greg won once. Come on. You can do it, Greg. Keep pushing. Oh, Greg, just make a decision. Oh, God. No, Greg, no. Yes. Oh, my God. No. Oh, down to the line. It looked like Greg had it, but Sorrow still pulled victory out of on the floor. All of the teeth of Greg collected and held up in his bloody palms. All right. That was it. Good job, everybody. I'm out. Good game. Damn, Sorrow. Sorrow's just like doing this. He's like the Cape Fear scene where he's like going up and down and he has all these tattoos. They're all like Tetris tattoos and references to like Tetris methods and stuff. He's just like, oh, Lord. Okay. That's what I'll get in all the spaces in between my controller tattoos, Tetris pieces. That makes sense. That's cool. Oh, we don't have a lumber joint. There we go. I'm going to meet up with Wallaber in New York City next month. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Maybe I'll get some Tetris pieces there or another controller. Ah, lucky. Okay, all good still. Is there anything left in here? That's it. So this is everything that's for the ad. And then this is everything to update the data. Except for maybe the name. And then we're doing this get path stuff to update joint. So this might still cause the refresh. I was already going and he happened to be there at the same time, so that's not the reason for going, but it'll be fun. That's awesome. When Dad Zone makes me 100, then I can quit my job. $100? New Jank, what's up? How's it going?
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Medusa, for New Jank. I really appreciate it. What are you doing, Medusa? It's going. Get in here. Medusa giving New Jank a big old hug. All right. $100 not a good plan. Might not be the best plan, but I'll encourage it. Who am I? I'm the one who doesn't have any good plans. I'm not gonna make it a hell of a YouTube video. I quit my job 1.8 years ago to be unemployed and partially work on my game. Here we are. Here we are. So anyways, I'm getting a divorce. I'm kidding. I don't understand how my wife is still with me at this point. I'm just like this failure of a man. So I'm gonna make video game. She's like, okay, honey. I'm rooting for you. Okay. Let's see if it works. $125. Uh-huh. Invalid access to property or key. Home base. $125. Mm-hmm. So we chose clear and we chose refresh. And on a load, we want to do add lumber. We're doing update lumber here. So we can do the for loop ourselves. It's the same thing here. Add lumber. And we have this from save thing. Are we using that anywhere? If not from save. That's when we kick it off. Okay. Okay. So we don't need to pass that on to update. Okay. All right. Let's try moving moving something. Hell yeah, boys, it works. We did it. All right, so question is, why is it choppy as hell? We are printing quite a lot. Let's get rid of those print statements. We might have a leak when we're doing this. Nope. Okay. It's choppy because it was meant to be cut by an axe. What's a plan, says Fiera. I think it's like, Dear Google, how the dang heck do you make a character customizer when you can change body proportions? Where you can change body proportions. All right. So now we continue on with this concept for everything else. Our starting lengths and now angle and height. And then in theory, I can go here and add another one, right? And then we can move this son bitch around and we can have two. Look at that. Do I need to save the... Oh! Oh, no. No, what happened? What? What is going on? What in the Sam heck? My guess is we're not clearing. Let's get the scene tree. Yeah, we're busted. We have entirely too many cooks. Too many cooks. Let's hide the meshes. On this one, we want to see where we're joining to. Extension 4. That is correct. Branch 5, that's us. That is correct. Wait a second. Hold on. I do see some weird values here. That's weird. Why are we seeing Huh. Let's build a tree from scratch again. And see what we got. We'll just build 2 trunks. Add base. Uh-oh. 168. Or 68. Okay. Let's run the scene. Oops, wrong save. Save as. You know what? Let's rename the old tree. Run it. Okay, we're on the ground. Uh-oh. Look at that. So we have 2, but we poop into each other. If we look at the scene tree, now this joint should be connected to the ground. It's not assigned to anything. This one should be assigned to... Okay. Everything looks right there. Why does suddenly nothing make sense right now? Now they should collide with each other. We are inside the other one though. Look at that. Our calculation is slightly off. So we fall in like a Russian doll. I can't help but wonder if you're doing a tree cutting game. Once you built the tree, you're going to combine all the meshes. No, I'm actually I've already got that part figured out. So we can slice a mesh when you're sawing into it, and then wherever you make the cut, you'll see it cut into it. I can show you what that kind of looks like in a screenshot. I might have some video of it somewhere. But we're working on the tree building thing because we need a tree to work against. But this is we're able to do this. We do now fill it with a texture, but we are able to just kind of slice things. So I just can't show that right now because there's so much refactoring going on with building the way what we have the tree. And I mean, this is where we were at this morning with the tree. So when you start the scene, so this is what we used to see. And now we're just kind of working on the ability to rotate the branches around, resize the branches and all that kind of stuff, and start to formulate a tree. So, yeah, we're getting there. So I think our height calculation is wrong is all. I think we're using the prior. And so we're inside. It's just that these two colliding bodies should hit each other. So the fact that they fall into the other one is weird to me. Makes me think that it has something to do with the joints. Now we did change. Are we not adding the joint to the scene tree? No, there it is. Let's look at the height that we set ourselves at. So if we're extensions, we are using lumber transform and then length. Now, length is a calculation from our current lumber. And what we need is we need the prior lumber length. So we just go like this. And that should at least get us to the right height. Now we're floating. What are we missing? We're presuming that we're the same size as before. I think what we need to be is half the length, because our half this length plus half this length. So if we add these two lengths together, and then we divide by 2, I don't know that we can. I think we might need another parentheses for that to work. She's going to crash. Blah. Yeah, so we already have the mesh, all that stuff figured out. All of it's all figured out. Here we go. Now we're the right distance, it seems. Show hide. Yes, the math is good. Let's run the scene again. What in the fuck? Run the scene. Add lumber. Why are we calling add lumber so much? $91, $93. Oh, we don't have to do any of this at runtime because we're not, this isn't an editor. So we can do a test here, say if engine is editable as editor. Then we do all this. It's still happening. I guess because we're just running it as a... Now this is supposed to be connected to this static body. Okay. I think... I might know what's going on here. I think somehow... I think on our clear, we need to clear the resource stuff. I think somehow some of the data is still there. So let me confirm. Clear happens after we load a resource. So if we go like this first, and then in clear, we empty tree resource. Can you do that with a resource? Can you just do something like clear? Can I just assign to null? How do we have these numbers? Because here we're extension and extension 2. Then when we build the scene, we are now suddenly extension 3 and extension 4. But then when we look at the node connections, so if I look at the node connection here, the node connections are pointing to 3, 4. But if I go to browse, I'm seeing this. When did this break? I didn't even think to be running the main scene this whole time. Tree resource lumber piece. Add lumber. From save is true. Okay, what are we doing if the save is true? Right here. We append. If not from save, we append into the tree resource. The lumber, as if we're adding it to the right for the save. So really, let's put this at right at the top. Is editor hint, is this a function or a value? You're a function. It's a function. That's why it's not working right. How funky is your monkey? How loose is your goose? Now we're not doing jack shit. Let's reload the project. What is going on? We had this working great. What's going on? So I wake in the morning and I step outside. Okay, well, the error's gone. And I take a deep breath and I get real high. Oh, and I feel a little peculiar. Oh, oh boy. And I say, what's going on? Don't forget to repeat major plot points at least 3 times because people might be looking at their phones. Feel a little peculiar. Something tells me We're moving the lumber joint position after we're making the connections. Mr. D-Boy, what's up? I have arrived. Keep trying, Mr. D-Boy. Don't look it up. Listen, I'm sure all of our gooses are really loose. Good dog. Should we see if tree number 2 does the explosion still? I believe this has to do with the joints being added before the positions are updated. I promise I will never die. Wake in the morning and I get real high. Feel a little peculiar. Okay. I'm in Crazy Town now. Nope, I'm not. So perhaps these references aren't referencing. We are appending here. We shouldn't be. We're assigning the mass, radius, size, blah, blah, blah. Whether or not something is visible. Length and the width. Oh. Interesting. The name? Here? Maybe part of it. Feel a little peculiar. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we are getting somewhere. Get path. Let's print this out. Feel a little peculiar. And I say, I say, hey. I feel a little peculiar. What's going on? He-Man? Returning false. This ain't getting called at all, bro. Update. We're not doing update lumber. Oh my gosh, I must have deleted it at some point. Well, I just feel silly now. How embarrassing. Was that it this whole time? Please don't be it this whole time. No. No. Is that it this whole time? No. No. No, 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 no. Oh my God. Was this it? Okay, the whole time I'm troubleshooting it, I'm like, it's like the joints aren't connecting right. I'm like, what's going on? What's wrong? Oh my gosh, what a waste of time. The Skeletor voice has made you fall in love with you. I used to be a lot better about like voices and stuff. I could do a really good Dr. Claw. I don't know if I could bust that out very well. Okay, so we're back in business. I'm not crazy. We're still in this happens still, not as much anymore. But when you're doing something with programming and you have that existential, like, wait, do I not understand anything about programming? Where you're like, do I just fundamentally not understand any of this? And like, you have that moment. That's where I was. So we can put the joint stuff back, I think. Let's try it. Do you think our next president is going to sound like Skeletor and the mask is just going to be off and he's literally going to have a skeleton face? That's what I expect. I mean, at this point, it'd be like, ah, yeah, figures. So it's like They Live. It figures it'd be something like this. Look at that. I moved it over and it happened. So the placement of the joints, this is why we're building this tool, guys. The placement of the joints, when they're placed, matters. Holy free holy. That all looks like magic to me. It's pretty dope because each of these is a rigid body. It's pretty dope. So now if we go back to we can show and hide the meshes. And so we're programmatically generating all these joints here. So now we should still be able to select this guy and rotate it. Rotate. Let's get rid of our print statements on the rotations because it's working. We don't need to print anymore. Still got to close and reopen. This guy. It's still printing out. Did I not save? Why is it printing? Update lumber is a print statement. There we go. Sweet. All right, let's do the other elements now. So we're needing angle and height. And we want to, in real time, we want to adjust the width as well. We're also not setting the values when we load. So if I do this and I save, what happens if I load? Well, it seems all right now. So then if I select this, yeah, so these values need to, because this isn't from the resource. And so we need to update these values based on the resource value when we load. Let's go ahead and close and reopen all this because our LSP is all broken. Let's commit what we've done. We have a new watermark here. And updating refresh function for updating branch values real time in editor. When you solved your problem, it was like you accidentally forgot a line in your magic circle. I was like doing a hex, and then suddenly the guy next to me turns into like a bunny. It's like, oh shit! Hang on. I'm gonna go check out some food. I'll be right back, guys. It'll probably be about 5 or so minutes, and then we'll continue on. We're gonna go ahead and add where we can adjust the height of the branch on the. So we have conceptually we have two things for the tree. So we have extensions, which is lengthening a branch, and then we have branches, which is it's a new one coming off of another one, right? And so we need to make it so that we have length and width, and when we adjust, what we'll do is we'll make it so we can only adjust it on a branch for now. This is how we'll do it. You can only adjust length and width on a branch, and then it'll just procedurally generate the corresponding like resulting extensions based off of that from like a heuristic point thing. Heuristic's not the right word, but that's what we'll do. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some food, and then we'll get the angle and height going, and then the width and the length stuff too. And then we'll try and build the tree. And if we get the tree built, we will apply forces from wind, and we're going to see if we can make this thing sway like it's being like high winds are hitting it. Be right back. Mm-hmm. Okay. Angle branch is the same idea. This is actually really simple. Same thing. Instead of rotation, we're going to set angle. And then we call update or refresh. Same deal. Doing good. We're going to lose. We're working on the tree editor. We're making some good progress. Godot's about to crash on me. Let's let that happen. I can show you some of the progress. Load, open. So here we've got a tree, and we can take one of the branches and change its position around the tree, like so. My code is too complicated for it. It's something, man. I don't know. And we still have all these weird ancestor errors. I know it's something to do with the order I'm doing something in. And then if we run the scene, here's what it looks like. So, you know what? I feel like we have enough to try to do the wind thing. I really want to see the wind thing in action. Would you guys hate me if I just did that for a little bit before I get all everything else going? Let me get some of the stuff set up for it. We can do that at least. So on tree editor, let's go ahead and set up a curve. No. We need a noise texture, right? Make some noise. Or do we just need noise? We're going to do 2D texture, noise texture 2D. Wind and noise texture, we'll call it. Okay. Okay, so I need some way of visualizing this. So what we'll do is we'll slap it onto some sort of texture on the ground. Mesh, instance, And we'll do quad. And we'll make it face Y. And then let's represent the noise like that. Make some noise. Okay, so there we go. Mesh instance. And then we're going to say you have a surface material, standard material, and you are going to use how do we assign you to, I think we have to do it in code because I can't do a quick load. I mean, I guess if I just made one here, but we want to assign okay, we'll call it WinMesh instance. I didn't save the mesh. Mesh instance. And we want to get surface material override. So we're going to get a material. It's going to be 0. And in this case, we're a standard material 3D. You know what I did? I forgot my food. Let's see if we got a material when we do this. Save the scene. Load it up. Hey! It's weird. It's like one change behind of all my changes. So now if I reopen it, we'll see it print material. I don't understand what the hell's going on there. Okay, so now that we have the material, now we can update the materials, specifically the materials albedo. So the setter for this is copy property path, albedo texture equals, and then we're going to make it into our noise texture. We just need a way of visualizing the wind texture so that as we scroll it, we see it on the ground and we make sure that it's like a real thing. There we go. Okay, so there's our wind texture. And now we can kind of shape the wind texture and everything and get it how we kind of imagine the force of wind would be. Then we start scrolling the wind direction. And then we're moving that texture along, and then we're sampling. We're going to have forces. And so we sample right at the center of every single branch location, and we apply whatever force we get from the gray value that we read. Are we making sense? So here we go. So here's our tree. We scroll the texture, and then based on the value from white to black, that's how much like wind is going on, right? So control it with noise. Will there be real wind or just tree bending in a specific direction? It'll be impulses against the rigid body. So every rigid body will have like one wind impulse thing, and we'll use that to determine the based on the flow, the direction of the wind and all that stuff, then that's the direction that the impulse will be getting applied. And then every physics step will just say, okay, here's your wind value. And what we'll do is we'll have lower wind values at the bottom and then higher wind values at the top. So the same, like if a branch is here and then a branch is at the exact same location higher up, that force value is higher because as I've experienced it in life, the higher up you are on a plane, the more intense the winds will get. And then obviously if you go into the stratosphere or whatever, then the winds kind of go away. But generally the experience of like higher winds tends to be like you climb a tree and the higher up you are, the more wind you're going to feel. So we'll have some sort of scalar for that. But I want to do something fun right now so that I know I'm working towards when I test it and I show it on the screen, we get this like living tree, right? That moment of being on top of the tree, like climbing the tree and then looking down and swaying, right? That's it. That's what we want. This is the thing. Because you want the hero shot. You want the hero, like I'm an amazing player and I'm doing this amazing thing and stuff. So that's in this game idea, like inside of it. And then you add on top of that just a manly, like, oh, I'm cutting things. Who was it earlier had said lumberjack. So it's not lumberjack, it was sapper. So sapper, it's more like arborist. This is like one tree in a yard that you're kind of tackling. So that's closer to the experience that we're going for, if that makes sense. So the game is a problem of solving how to cut down a tree without it falling on a building or the branches that you're cutting falling and hitting like different obstacles below the tree. And you're trying to fell a tree without damaging the surrounding properties and stuff. Let's just make sure everything's working when we run it in scene. Okay. So we're good here. Let me go get my food, which I totally forgot about. The game needs the stupid NPC getting under the tree. Hopefully, if we ever get to multiplayer, that stupid person is another player. We could have like a little barking dog. Any of that stuff is like beyond the scope of what we're trying to get to. But I love that. I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, because I was imagining like the old ladies that you're cutting the tree in. She's outside like nervously commenting on everything you're doing and like freaking out whenever anything falls. It wasn't me, it was Sabin. Sorry for calling you out, Sapper. Sapper's like, it was me, asshole. Okay, so now we need to scroll the texture. And that's as simple as moving the offset, right? So I think for now what we'll do is we'll just have the wind coming from a general direction, a little bit of Y offset and a little bit of X offset. Z is going to change nothing, right? Because Z changes nothing. So we'll just have a general wind speed, which is a Vec2. And we'll put this in a group called wind. Okay. And then here we have wind speed. And so we'll say it's going to be per second. What's, let me look up my area. I'll look up my average wind speed where I'm at. Okay, so 17 kilometers per hour is the average in my area, but we can get pretty fucking fast. We can almost get to 17 kilometers per hour. So that's, how do we translate that to per minute? So 17. So let's round it up to 18 because it's closer to 18. So 18 per hour, 60 times 60 gets us per second. Per second. Do we multiply? We don't want to scale it up. We want to scale it down, right? So is it 18 divided by 60 and then that divided by 60? Yeah, and then we also have to make it even smaller because it needs to be in meters. And that's by 1,000, right? So I think we're off the charts here from Google's floating point, or Godot's floating point. But I think that's it right there. So I don't know. We'll just say 0 and 0.2 for now. This is probably way too fast. Save it. And then we're going to go on our ready function. And basically we just set up, once we know the texture. So then we're just going to tween the offset. So we'll create a tweener. And then we just say we create an infinite loop. So tween property, and the property is going to be from the noise texture. And it's going to be offset. And we can do our speed adjustment here. We have our wind speed. How do we keep scaling a value though? I think we have to call a function. So I think we need a tween method. Because and then we have a callable. So we'll make a thing called wind. And it's going to get a float. Value, float, print, wind, %s, percent value. Method from to duration float. From and to. We want a number that always goes up. Zero to 1. And then we have our speed. So this is how fast we're going to scroll. All right, once a second. And if we set loops, so we just say set loops without anything and it'll run indefinitely. Okay, let's see if we're getting anything. So we'll close and open. Yeah. Okay, So now we have a number that's just going from 0 to 1 over and over and over again. And so now we need to, we have an offset value here. We just need to continue to add this up. And we're going to scale by wind speed. And we don't have a delta. So can we do, we can do variance. So if we start from a vec2 0, see, this would just, it would ramp up and then ramp up and then ramp up, right? So that's not what we want. So if I were to add this number onto the texture, it would kind of go fast, slow down, go fast, slow down. We could do it right now just to show it. So, so here's our wind noise texture. We have to use a method because we're going to constantly be changing a value. Offset equals, if we do this, it'll just reset. Wind noise texture offset. So close and reopen. Invalid assignment offset with a vector 2. Oh, it's because it's a vec 3. So vector 3, value x, value y 0. So it doesn't like that either. It says it's a vec 3 and it doesn't like what I'm doing. Invalid assignment of property. I mean, what is it? Can we not scroll? We can scroll the offset. I've done this before. Do I have to set the X and the Y separate? Maybe I have the wrong path. What does a property path look like? It's offset. I don't even know if it's got my new changes, though. This thing is so jank now. She's going to crash. Man, this is annoying how often I'm getting crashes. Never had success in Godot tooling without dealing with crashes all the time when you're doing tool scripts. It's just what happens. Noise texture 2D just does not like me setting the offset. Ah! I see it. It's inside the noise texture. Or inside the fast noise light. Noise offset. There we go. And it's not updating on here at all. Let's take a look at... It's because we're dealing with such small numbers. We don't see jack diddly squiddly. What if we increase the number? And we don't have a setter, so there we go. So as you can see, it's repeating itself, right? So what we need to do is constantly scale the number up. And at this point, we just don't need a tween. We do this on physics step or on process step, and we use delta. So we'll do it on process. I swear I can do this. There's a way, and you would want to. This is the thing. You would want to use a tween for this. Because doing things in process step is costly. It adds up. But I'm not going to care about it right now. It's not weird though. We're dealing with a scripted a scripting language, right? So delta float void. Here we go. And now we can use our offset and use that as a speed difference. So now we can use wind speed. So wind speed, and we're going to say offset plus equals. And actually, we can just do the full. Well, we'll do it like this. Plus equals wind speed. You know what? Let's just make wind speed a vec3, even though it doesn't make sense. Because we can just do an easier multiplication here. So wind speed offset equals plus equals wind speed times delta. And now we're going to break. Everything's going to break. And let's close and reopen. Okay, wind speed, we're going to say 10 by 10. And save, close, open. There we go. All right, so now we have like an infinitely scrolling texture representing wind force. This is going fast. We have a direction. That's the vector. Let's go ahead and change it a little bit. We're going to cut it in two. So this one would be like 5. Let's put it at like 4. And now it changes the speed in real time because we're doing it on process step. Okay. So now that we have this, the next thing we want to do is on the tree. So on our friend the tree here, so we're just visualizing the wind. That's the only reason why we're doing this, because we want to see what the effect of the texture and the values that we get from the texture have on the tree, right? So that's why we have it scrolling across the ground like that. It's just so we can see it. So like, do we want a more complex noise texture or less one, and so on and so forth. The next thing that we have to do is on rigid bodies, I believe we can just do forces, right? Yeah. Why so many red lines in the console? It has something to do with, so when you add something to the scene of an editor, you have to set it as an editable instance here, and then you have to change the owner and everything. For whatever reason, I'm just getting these errors when I do that. If I don't do that, I won't see the nodes. I'll see it here, but I won't see the related nodes in here. And this is critical for me to be able to have these interactable elements here to design the tree. I think it might have something to do with the order that I'm doing it in. Like, I don't know if I need to do owner, for instance. Maybe I don't. Let's see. We'll load and see if that matters. It doesn't. Try loading again. We still get the errors. Close and reopen just to be sure. Still getting it. And now they don't show up. So we definitely need owner. And set is editable instance. Let's look that up. Returns true if the node is editable children relative. This method is a dependent set editable instance. I'm doing the wrong thing. Still getting it. Well, it's only for the editor. This won't happen at runtime. When I run the game, it doesn't happen because we check expected at least 2, received 1. Set editable instance. Node is editable. So node is editable true. Self true. 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 Yeah, I'm not concerned about it because it's just it's not something the runtime game stuff is going to bother with. But yeah, no, I feel you with that. I feel you with that. And now something's busted. Yeah, I don't know. It's an engine specific thing. I can look at the actual line of C code. If we follow this. How do you get to the... There's a way to click on this and actually see the C code in the Godot repo. Anyways, it's not important for what I'm doing. So I'm not going to care about it. So yeah, so on each piece of lumber, we have linear velocity. The body's linear velocity units in seconds can be used sporadically, but don't set this every frame because physics may run it in another thread and runs at a different granularity. Use integrate forces as your process loop for precise control over the body state. So I may be able to set this in the physics stack. But what we'll do is we'll read the position of the pixel. So if we look at it from top down, like this, we have these values traveling, right? And so then we will read the pixel value, translate that into a wind speed, a wind force. We have a wind. See, this is what's weird about this. We have a wind. What I've done is set wind direction, I guess you could say. And then the speed is this scrolling value. And the direction is the way that we're scrolling. So how often the speed changes is based off how fast we're scrolling. But the wind speed itself is changed by the gray value. Velocity. Yeah. It's something like that. So it's like the force, right? I guess the word we're looking for is literally on the physics body, which is the linear velocity. So what we'll do is, and this is where things get a little weird actually, because we need to change the direction of the linear velocity. So like if I do this, can I see, there's no visual representation of the physics aspects of this. There's no widget, there's no gizmo to show me the physics stuff, right? Constant forces. No gizmo. Is it a linear force? Linear velocity? So is this what makes it say move? Are we looking at constant forces? Let's read constant forces. The body's total consistent positional forces updated. What do you guys think we're doing here? What is it you say? What is it you think you do here? Well, let's find the easy way to read a value from the pixels that it matches what we're seeing here. So we need to translate, and I think the easy way to do this actually is to make a texture size as big as what we've scaled it to. And then it can be 1-to-1. It can be easy to think about. But we know the size of our tree here. If we do 512, then every meter equals a pixel. But what we really want is more granularity. If we do 512, we're going to end up just with consistently. And I mean, this might be enough. if we divide by 4, so we were seeing 18, as high as 18. So that's my wind speed right there for my general area. We'll do that. Okay, so now if we know that, so we translate, we scale, we take 10, we're going to normalize the number. How about this? Let's just apply a consistent, let's figure out the forces first. So what we'll do is we will apply a constant force of some value along, say, the y, which I think is what we're going to want to do to translate a wind force, because it's going to be, or it might be, I think it's going to be y. We want it to be going against the y. Is that what that would be? Anyway, so let's set a constant force for everything to be the same. So anytime we instantiate a then you could layer multiple clouds. Well, we could yeah, I think clouds would be a good way to indicate like wind speeds and stuff. Yeah, if we did it in a volume, if we did a 3D, we could sample it from a 3D. We could get really crazy with it. But I think I'm going to stick with 2D. But for now, the main thing we need to do is get that physics. And it's the lumber. The lumber is the physics body, right? So this is where we're going to change it. So for now, we're just going to apply a constant force and see what the hell it does to our tree. So we're looking at force, constant forces on rigid body, constant force. Equals a vector 0, and let's just say 3 on y and see what happens. What do you guys think is going to happen? Oh. Oh, she's going to crash. That's what's going to happen. That's a good move. My suggestion was a bad idea. Give me time, dude. I'll probably end up doing it. I mean, this is like in the grand scheme of things for a prototype, this is totally unnecessary, but this is one of those mental things that you do to stay motivated, right? Where you're like, I'm getting a little, I can feel myself maybe getting tired of this or whatever, so I'm going to do something fun for myself. Okay, so I don't see any like wiggling. We do have some errors on the debugger. Okay, well, let's get rid of that tween thing. Vertex weights. Yeah, that's the stuff I need to talk to like somebody about, because I don't know any of that stuff. I mean, we have a mass on the thing already. So I don't know if my setter was right. Let's try the X. I mean, it's wiggling. Thing is we're dealing with crazy high weights right now, so I wonder if the number needs to be really high. Let's do the old Sid Meier thing where we like triple the number. Okay. I think we got it. So it's not changing at all. And it's eventually becoming stable. I guess because it's a constant force, it just sort of settles. It would be like if the wind never changed, the tree would eventually just kind of look like when you get that water that looks like glass. Let's bump it up to 3,000. And let's just do it on the X. Oh, we got high winds today. Okay. So that's the idea. All right, so now we know we can do it. So this is where we're going to update things on this on process. Now, the thing that we have to do is we have to iterate on every single for each. This is a really inefficient way to do this. And at this point, this would actually be on physics step because we only need to update it. Is it process physics? Does anyone remember? I can't remember, and I don't have autocomplete. Physics process. Thank you. Okay, so now I think we can actually start to apply the values to it. So we're going to read, we have to do it from the position, but right now we could do it from, say, 0, 0, or from just the first pixel somewhere and apply it to all of them. So they'd all be getting different changes in forces all the time, but they wouldn't be the different values. So that's a starting point. So if we sample the noise texture somehow, there's like a get pixel or something, right? So wind noise texture, noise, fast noise light. Fast noise light. Let's look it up. Seed noise. Get noise 1D. So if we just grab get noise 1D, we can get a float value and then apply that to one directional force. I think that's what we would do. We could technically do that, but we could sample. So we'll sample. We'll do that. We'll just get from 0. So for funsies, let's print it out and see what we get. Wind noise texture noise, get noise 1D 0. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of different values. So now we multiply it by a big number. So let's say 100. Okay. We were thinking values a little bit higher than that, so maybe 1,000. There we go. Ooh, negative. How do you sample without the negative? So it's between 0, negative. I guess we just add 1. Now we're super high. All right, we'll say 500 or 500, not 1,000. All right. Now, let's just apply this. So direction. Direction. If we multiply wind speed, hang on a second. What if we take this times wind speed, or wind speed times that? Right. Now we're going to get, yeah, baby. Then we multiply that by a number to grow it. And we need to do +1. Times 500. Then we get 2 directions of force. That's a large number there. Let's shrink it down to 200, I guess, 250. And that's because we already have this scale of 10 and 18. So now we just need to get some value that we can use here. There we go. Let's try that. So now we'll consistently change the force to this. So at the start here, we'll just set it to a vector here. Var constant force vector 3 equals this stuff. And then we say constant force. And hopefully we have a tree that seems to be alive and wiggling from the wind. Yeah. That looks like a tree in the wind to me. And the taller this thing is and the more branches out there, the more that the whole thing is going to change. Look at that. Holy shit. And I'm going to have to figure out the math of all this, like what wind speed am I actually simulating when I'm doing this? And then, like I said, I'd like to be able to sample it so that there's like higher values the higher up we are or something like that. So it really gets that, like, the force of the wind is higher on the axis. And actually we could do that right now because we can just read the lumber position and use that as a scaling factor. We'll probably use a curve for that so we can adjust it. And so we'll put a curve on the scene and then we can change it. Ideally, we would see the exact texture portion, like we would see it coming up. Oh, there's a big black spot. It's going to change the number a lot or whatever. But right now it's sampling somewhere over here, I think. So the actual sample is a single pixel value over there. Commit it. Commit it now. This is wild. Okay. Fucking wild. Wind. Oops. How long have I been going? 4 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate everyone being here. If you're not in the Discord, if you don't know about the Discord, here's the Discord. Join the Discord. Let me do a shout out to Mr. D-Boy before I head out. And I'll have to do the old command. His name changed, so I can't use shout out Mr. D-Boy. And then we'll use the old command to get his game to come up. Mr. D-Boy is actually making a game. That's correct. Fiera is another one that we have to shout out. Fiera also cooking. Fiera. Sometimes I spell Fiera's name right. Fiera is a cool name. I'm Jelly. Matt. That's my name. Oh, God. Matthew, no.
Please sit down and have fun.
Oh, God.
Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Matthew. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Matthew. Thank you for the follow, Sapper. Hopefully I'll see you around again. Yeah, so we're working on... Sapper, let me do the pitch for you really quick. This is the pitch. I always show this same video. This is what we're shooting for. Power wash simulator, but you're cutting down trees. That's the kind of the base of it. But then I'm gonna make a juiced up video of what we're going for. But if the game is like this, so we have these fun tools. We have a cherry picker, so we've got a cherry picker you can control. We're gonna have mulching. You cut the branches that you cut, you feed into a thing to mulch. Obviously, we have to have leaves and stuff like that. So if this is the game, right, and then the other really cool thing is just being on top of a tree. And you'll have to have, in the scenarios, you know, you're going to want to tie ropes and stuff so that the branches fall a certain way.
Okay, you're good.
Kind of loud. So this is, if we can get it to be this is what we're going for.
Down. Down.
So it's not so much lumberjacking, it's more arborists. But a lot of the mission objectives will be cut down this entire tree without destroying anything around it.
Look at that. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
And you hear the wind on his microphone, but not on these guys, right? Anyways, that's the goal. So I'm going to cut a trailer using footage from people doing this stuff. And then I'm going to shoot for, can I have these moments in the game kind of thing. That's the goal. All right, so back to... So my question, I got to DM Wallaber a question. I have a question about letting the physics settle. Because when you first get something going like this, it kind of does this like settling thing. And I want to know if he knows a way to sort of get that over with before you show the scene, if he knows what I'm talking about. All right, let's find someone to raid. Fiera's going right now. How many of you are hanging out? Like it sounds very cool. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I feel like it could do good. I feel like people would like it. It's got that power fantasy thing in it. Fiera's there. We would be able to raid Fiera. We got to do Fiera. Fiera's working on a really rad Godot game. So that's who we're going to raid. I'm going to go play Stardew Valley with my family and then play Trains with my son. I hope you guys have a good night, and I hope your weekend was good. And I will be back Tuesday. And then I'll be back Thursday. Tuesday, and then it's Fridays, Saturday, Sunday. And sometimes I can stream on nights on the other days. Much love to everybody out there. Stay safe. And see you guys later. Bye-bye.